Welcome back, weary hearts and wandering minds. I'm Lou, and now begins your moment of calm and wonder. Step closer, and let's dive together into this magical experience. Tonight, as you settle into a comfortable place and let the quiet of the evening surround you, I invite you to walk with me through a story that is older than Hogwarts itself. A story whispered through stone corridors, carried by drifting candles, and guarded by the shadows of 4 legendary wizards. For centuries, no one has known the full truth of how Hogwarts was born, or what secrets its founders left behind. But tonight, you will begin that journey. You will travel to a time when magic was feared and hope was a fragile flame. You will witness the moment 4 extraordinary witches and wizards met, united by a dream, and later divided by destiny. You will see how a castle rose from the mists of the Scottish Highlands, how 4 houses were shaped from 4 hearts, and how each founder carved their legacy into the very bones of the school. You will walk beside Rowena Ravenclaw in her brilliance and her heartbreak. You will feel the warmth and kindness of Helga Hufflepuff as she builds a home for all. You will hear the clash between Godric Gryffindor and Salazar Slytherin, a friendship shattered by fear and pride. You will descend into the secret chamber that should never have existed. And finally, you will stand before the legacy that lives on, long after the founders took their last breath. This is a story of mystery, magic, courage, loyalty, heartbreak, and hope. A journey told gently, softly, for you to relax, to rest, and to dream. So breathe deeply. The candles are flickering. The halls are quiet. And the story of the founders of Hogwarts is about to begin. You feel your shoulders soften as if an invisible weight begins to melt away. The room around you grows quieter, like someone has gently closed a door on the noise of the day. In your mind's eye, you notice a single candle, its small flame dancing slowly, casting circles of warm light against ancient stone. You breathe in, and the air feels cool, tinged with the faint scent of parchment, ink, and distant rain. Tonight, you are not just listening to a story. You are stepping into it. You walk down a long stone corridor, your footsteps soft and almost soundless. Floating candles drift overhead, their light brushing the walls like golden whispers. You can feel the age of the place around you, as if time itself has layered memory over memory, like dust on old shelves. The shadows are gentle, not frightening, only deep enough to hold a little mystery. You notice how every breath you take seems to echo with something ancient, something waiting to be remembered. At the end of the corridor, you see a tall figure standing by a window. The figure is wrapped in a long, dark robe, and the faint outline of a wand rests by their side. They turn, slowly, and you sense kindness in the lines of their face, wisdom in their quiet eyes. This is your mentor, the one who knows the story you came here to hear. You feel safe near them, as if they have walked these halls for centuries and never once lost their way. Come closer, you hear, in a calm, low voice that feels almost like a lullaby. You are about to step into a time when this castle did not yet exist. When magic was not a home, but a reason to be hunted. You move to stand beside your mentor, looking through the tall window at the night beyond. The sky is heavy with clouds, and a thin silver line of moonlight rests on the distant mountains. It feels like standing on the edge of 2 worlds, the one you know and the one that is about to be revealed. You close your eyes for a moment, just to listen. The castle around you grows distant, like a fading echo, and another sound rises instead. The crackle of a small fire, the rush of wild wind over open hills, the soft murmur of voices gathered in secret, speaking of danger and destiny. When you open your eyes again, you are no longer in the corridor. In your mind, you stand in a clearing beneath an open sky, somewhere in the wilds of the Scottish Highlands. The air is colder here, sharper, full of mist and the smell of damp earth and heather. You feel the grass under your boots and the wind pushing gently at your cloak. The world is darker, but the stars seem brighter, like scattered sparks of hope. Around a low fire, 4 cloaked figures stand in a circle. You notice the way the flames paint their faces in shades of gold and shadow. One stands tall and steady, with eyes that shine like steel warmed by sunlight. Another carries a quiet gravity, gaze distant and thoughtful, as if reading the winds themselves. A third has a gentle softness, a warmth that feels like fresh bread and shared laughter. And the fourth is sharp and alert, eyes glinting with something quick and guarded. You feel your mentor's voice beside you, though you do not see them now. At this time, they say softly, magic was not celebrated. It was feared. You see in your mind the images their words create. Torches in angry hands, frightened whispers, families hiding what they are. Those born with magic, the voice continues, walked like ghosts among those who did not understand them. They hid their gifts. They hid their light. You feel a faint tightness in your chest, a strange mix of sadness and recognition. You watch the 4 figures by the fire more closely. They do not look afraid, but you can sense the heaviness in their hearts. They have seen too much suffering, too many children frightened of their own power. You notice how one of them glances to the hills, as if expecting to see torches appear at any moment. You feel the tension in the air, like a string pulled too tight. You see, your mentor explains, they were not only powerful, they were tired of hiding, tired of seeing those like them chased and broken. You feel a tenderness for these strangers, as if you know them already, even before hearing their names. They carry more than magic. They carry responsibility. They could have chosen to disappear, to protect only themselves. Instead, they chose to imagine something that did not yet exist, a sanctuary. The wind rises for a moment, as if listening. The fire flares, and you see the faces of the 4 more clearly. You sense courage in the first, a fierce, honest bravery that refuses to bow to injustice. You sense piercing intelligence in the second, a mind that sees paths and patterns others miss. In the third, you feel kindness, a steady warmth that holds space for others to simply be. And in the fourth, you detect ambition and cunning, the sharp edge of someone who understands how dangerous the world can be. None of them is perfect. They argue, they doubt, they carry scars you cannot see. Yet each of them holds a piece of something greater, like 4 corners of a single invisible shape. They do not know yet what they are building together, but they feel, deep inside, that fate has drawn them to this fire for a reason. You hear one voice rise above the sound of the wind, clear and strong. You cannot make out every word, but you feel the meaning. A place of learning, a place of safety, a place where magic is not a curse, but a calling. A home for children who do not yet understand why they are different. A school hidden from those who would destroy it. Another voice answers, softer yet no less powerful. Questions, concerns, the warning that such a place will draw attention. You sense wisdom here, not fear. They speak of wards, of enchantments woven not just into walls, but into the very land. They speak of secrecy, of protection, of a time when those who come after them will not have to live as they did. You stand there, listening, feeling the night press gently against your skin. The fire's warmth touches your face, a contrast to the cold air against your hands. You realize that you are witnessing more than a plan. You are witnessing the birth of a dream that will stretch far beyond their lifetimes. A dream that will become corridors, classrooms, portraits, and songs. Your mentor's presence returns to your awareness, like a cloak settled around your shoulders. What you see here, they murmur, is not yet Hogwarts. It is only the first spark. You think of how every great change in the world begins not with stone, but with an idea. You feel a strange comfort in that thought, as if your own small hopes might matter too, as if courage in any heart can become a kind of magic. The wind quiets. The flames settle into a steady, glowing rhythm. The 4 figures are still talking, still shaping the future with their words, their fears, their faith. You know you will learn their names, their stories, their triumphs, and their mistakes. But for now, you simply stand beside them at the edge of destiny. You take another slow breath. The clearing fades, like mist touched by morning light, and the stone corridor returns beneath your feet. The candles above you drift softly, unbothered by time, unhurried by history. You feel that something inside you has shifted, just a little. You have glimpsed the moment before a miracle takes form. Your mentor begins to walk down the corridor again, and you follow, your steps quiet and sure. There is much more to show you, they say, their voice warm with promise. Next, you will learn who they were, and why each of them carried a different piece of the same dream. You feel a gentle anticipation rise in your chest, like the first glow of dawn. You are not just hearing about the past, you are walking through it, one breath at a time. And somewhere, beneath the stone and shadows, the first lines of Hogwarts' true story are still being written, waiting for you to listen. You walk beside your mentor as the corridor stretches onward, the air shimmering faintly with candle glow. Each flame sways like a memory trying to be remembered. Your steps feel quieter now, as if the ancient stones beneath you recognize that you have begun to see beyond the surface. Your mentor's robe rustles softly, a sound almost rhythmic, guiding you deeper into the castle's hidden story. "Let me show you," they whisper, "how the four first met." A gentle wind brushes your cheek, though no window stands open. The light bends, the corridor fades, and once again the world shifts around you. You feel yourself moving not forward, but backward, not in space, but in time. When the light settles, you stand in an old village square, the kind that would have existed in the 900s when magic was still a whispered danger. Lanterns flicker, night gathers, and the world feels fragile. You notice quiet tension in the air, a sensation like dry leaves waiting for a spark. At the edge of the square stands a young witch with long dark hair and eyes sharp enough to read the sky. Rowena Ravenclaw. Her intelligence radiates like moonlight on ice, bright, cold, beautiful. She carries a small leather book at her side, its pages filled with diagrams of ancient runes and architectural enchantments. You feel your breath catch. Even without speaking, she commands the space around her. Further ahead, you see a tall man stepping out of a tavern, the glow of firelight on his chestnut hair, Godric Gryffindor. His confidence is not arrogance, it is warmth wrapped in bravery. A sword rests at his hip, not for show, but because danger followed magic users everywhere in these times. You sense a boldness in him, a loyalty that makes you feel instantly safer, as if he would leap between you and any harm without hesitation. A soft, kind voice carries from the center of the square. You turn to see Helga Hufflepuff, short and sturdy, with golden hair tied back in a simple braid. She kneels beside a frightened child, offering bread, warmth, and the gentle touch of someone who understands suffering. Her magic glows subtly around her hands, steady, compassionate, deeply human. She is the heartbeat of the group that has not yet formed. And then, you feel a shift. A colder current of wind threads through the square. A tall figure steps from the shadows. Salazar Slytherin, dark robes, sharp, attentive eyes, a presence both elegant and unsettling, like a serpent watching from tall grass. His intelligence is different from Rowena's, not airy or celestial, but deep, ancient, and guarded. You sense ambition, caution, and secrets coiled tightly within him. 4 prodigies, 4 strengths, 4 wounds, each one brilliant, each one alone. Your mentor stands beside you again, their voice soft but resonant. It is believed, they say, that they first crossed paths while responding to the same need. A young magical child in danger. You see villagers gathering, frightened. You hear a child crying as wild magic pulses uncontrollably around them. Sparks fly from the child's hands, striking stone, warping wood, cracking air. Rowena steps forward first, assessing the magical surge with sharp, calculating eyes. Helga moves to calm the child with soothing words. Godric stands guard, protecting them from the panicked villagers. Salazar analyzes the child's raw power, not with fear, but with fascination and restraint. You can feel their magic flowing, each distinct. Rowena's, cool and precise, like water-shaping stone. Helga's, warm and nurturing, like the glow of a hearth. Godric's, bright and fearless, like fire controlled by purpose. Salazar's, deep and serpentine, like roots twisting through dark earth. Together, though they have never met, they act as one. The child's magic calms under their combined presence. And for a single, suspended moment, everything becomes still. The villagers back away, awed and afraid, whispering about witches and wizards more powerful than any they had seen. It is here, in that fragile quiet, that destiny settles gently between them. Godric is the first to speak. "Well," he says with a smile, "it seems fate has gathered the finest among us tonight." Rowena looks unimpressed, though the corner of her mouth lifts slightly. Helga beams, delighted at the unexpected company. Salazar watches, silent, weighing every detail. Your mentor leans closer, their voice barely above a whisper. This was the moment they realized something important, that magic users, especially young ones, needed a sanctuary, a place where fear could not reach them. You see Rowena's eyes drift toward the horizon, already imagining towers, corridors, libraries, floating candles. You see Godric imagining training grounds where courage can flourish. You see Helga dreaming of kitchens full of warmth and classrooms open to all. And you see Salazar imagining deep chambers of study, secrets kept safe beneath ancient stone. They did not build Hogwarts because they were perfect. They built it because they were needed. You watch as they begin to talk, hesitant at first, then with growing intensity. Ideas rise and fall between them like sparks from a fire. They discuss geography, safety, the need for concealment from Muggle persecution. Rowena suggests the Scottish Highlands, remote, wild, and naturally shielded. Godric agrees, praising its defensibility. Helga notes the fertile land and the opportunity to grow food. Salazar, after a long pause, proposes using ancient enchantments to hide the school itself from non-magical eyes. Their dream begins to take shape. The night deepens, stars shimmer, fog drifts through the square like a shy spirit, and you sense the first threads of a bond forming, not yet friendship, but recognition. A knowing that each of them has been walking a path toward this meeting long before it happened. Your mentor's voice lowers, almost reverent. In the histories, this night is rarely described, but without it, nothing else would have been possible. This was the night the idea of Hogwarts was born. You feel the energy of the moment, delicate, electric, holy. A turning point in magical history, happening almost by accident. Not through councils or grand ceremonies, but through 4 people simply choosing to face darkness together. The scene shifts around you again. You see the 4 walking away from the square, their silhouettes merging with the mist. Not friends yet, but no longer strangers, bound by a purpose greater than themselves. You walk slowly through the fading vision, as if passing through a half-remembered dream. Your mentor's steps echo beside you. Their strengths would build something extraordinary, they say, but their differences would also one day tear them apart. You feel a quiet, almost mournful vibration in the air, like a warning carried by time itself. You breathe deeply. There is so much more to learn, so many stories waiting in the shadows. Your mentor stops at the next doorway of your journey. They place a gentle hand on the old wooden frame where carvings of animals, a lion, a raven, a badger, and a serpent, curl like living lines of magic. When you are ready, they whisper, you will step into the story of how Hogwarts itself was built. The candles flicker. The air stirs. The next chapter opens like a quiet breath of destiny. You walk beside your mentor, as the last echoes of the village square fade into silence. The long corridor around you flickers with candlelight once more, though now the flames seem older and deeper, as if they too remember the night when everything began. You can feel the shift in the air, heavier, richer, like the breath of an ancient forest. Your mentor slows their pace, folding their hands behind their back. "It is time," they say softly, "for you to see how the idea became stone." The world blurs gently around you, not with violence, but with the softness of drifting fog. You feel yourself rising, as though carried by enchantment, until the ground beneath you reforms as a sweeping landscape of rolling green hills. The Scottish Highlands, wild, untamed. Wet grass bends under the weight of morning dew, and the wind sings quietly across the moors, carrying the scent of pine and distant rain. It feels like a land waiting for a secret to be woven into it. You stand atop a rocky cliff overlooking a vast lake. The surface is still, dark, silent, a mirror untouched by time. Your cloak flutters behind you, stirred by the cold wind that rushes through the valleys. This is a place where magic breathes easily, a place that has always existed between worlds. You sense, even before seeing them, that this is where the four founders chose to build their school. Your mentor appears beside you, hood lowered, eyes reflecting the endless horizon. No place was chosen by accident, they say. These highlands were naturally shielded by ancient enchantments, long before humans understood them. The land itself agreed to protect what would be built here. You can almost hear it, the quiet hum beneath your feet, the deep vibration of old magic sleeping in the soil. You turn as four familiar figures stand a short distance behind you. Godric Gryffindor, Rowena Ravenclaw, Helga Hufflepuff, Salazar Slytherin. They walk slowly toward the cliff's edge, their cloaks sweeping the stone like shadows in motion. This time, they are together not by chance, but by purpose. Godric steps forward first, boots firm on the rock. "The view is perfect," he says, voice full of conviction. His hand rests on the hilt of his sword, and he looks out over the lake as if already imagining towers piercing the sky. "This will be a place young witches and wizards can defend themselves, learn honor, learn strength." His eyes shine with hope. Rowena approaches next, her gaze lifted toward the clouds swirling overhead. You watch her eyes trace invisible lines, calculations, enchantments, architecture that exists first in the mind before it lives in stone. "The cliffs will support heavy foundations," she murmurs, "and the lake, it will reflect the magic inside these walls." Her voice is dreamy, yet precise. She is not simply imagining a school, she is designing a legacy. Helga kneels to touch the earth with her bare hand. You watch her fingers press gently into the soft moss, feeling the heartbeat of the land. "It is good soil," she says warmly. "Good for growing food, good for children to run and play. A safe place, a kind place." She smiles at the others, sunlight in her expression, even beneath the gray sky. Her magic radiates like comfort itself. Salazar stands slightly apart, robes billowing in the cold wind. He studies the depths of the lake, its quiet darkness, the secrets he senses below its surface. "It will hide us well," he says quietly. "The Muggles will not find what they cannot even see." His eyes narrow slightly, calculating wards and protections older than any spellbook. His knowledge of serpentine underground caverns, of deep magic that runs beneath the earth like veins, it is unmatched. You watch as they stand together, facing the same direction. 4 minds, 4 visions, 1 destiny. Your mentor's voice hums near your ear. Building Hogwarts required magic no wizard today can replicate. They used ancient methods, spells spoken in languages older than history, rituals performed under stars long since fallen. The wind whispers at your feet, lifting the edges of your cloak. You inhale deeply. The air tastes like rain and beginnings. The founders join hands, a circle of power. The ground beneath them vibrates softly, as if the highlands themselves awaken. You see Godric's courage blaze like fire, Rowena's intellect pulse like lightning, Helga's kindness bloom like a golden glow, Salazar's cunning ripple like dark water. And then it happens. You feel it first, a deep, slow rumble beneath your feet, like the heartbeat of the earth shifting. The lake's surface trembles, forming subtle waves that shimmer with reflected magic. Small rocks beside you lift gently from the ground, suspended in the air as if gravity itself has paused to watch. A low hum rises, harmonic, ancient, woven with layers of sound you feel more than hear. It draws the breath from your lungs. Stone emerges from the depths below, one piece, then another, huge slabs of rock pulled upward not by force, but by agreement, as if the land willingly offers itself to the dream of these four. You watch, eyes wide, as the first foundation forms, a merging of earth and magic, seamless and intentional. Their magic did not build the castle, your mentor says softly. They asked the land to rise, and the land answered. Rowena steps forward, tracing her hand through the air. Runes form behind her fingers, glowing blue-white, sinking into each rising stone like whispered commands. Her enchantments will shape the corridors. Staircases that move, rooms that appear when needed, libraries that stretch further than their walls allow. Godric lifts his wand toward the sky, drawing paths for battlements, towers, hidden tunnels for training, places where courage can grow without fear. Helga pours her warmth into the foundations, kitchens connected to cozy halls, gardens protected from harsh winters, rooms where any student, regardless of skill or birth, will feel welcome. Salazar bargains with the land itself, weaving secret chambers deep below, aligning magical currents so that the castle will remain hidden from Muggle eyes for centuries. Every stone carries a piece of them. Every corridor holds their echo. Every classroom contains their values. You feel your chest tighten, not with fear, but with awe. It is one thing to hear of Hogwarts' creation. It is another to witness it. Hours pass, or perhaps minutes. Time loses meaning when magic moves with intention. The castle grows piece by piece, rising with elegance, strength, and mystery. The towers pierce the clouds. Windows gleam with golden light. Bridges and archways form like lines of poetry written in stone. And then, as if summoned by the founder's final breath of magic, soft snow begins to fall. Tiny flakes drift through the sky, landing gently on your hair, your shoulders, your hands. You exhale, and the cold air fills your lungs with a feeling of purity. Your mentor steps forward, watching the snow settle over the newborn castle. This, they whisper, is the moment Hogwarts truly entered the world, not as a building, but as a living promise. You look at the four founders standing before the magnificent structure they created. The wind swirls around them, carrying the scent of pine and the soft murmur of dreams made real. They have built more than a school. They have built a sanctuary, a future, a miracle of stone and spirit. Your mentor turns to you, eyes warm and deep. And soon, they say, you will walk inside. For the next chapter is not about the castle, but about the hearts that shaped its four houses. The candles flicker, the vision softens, and you step quietly into the next breath of the story. You walk through the mist of the fading vision, and the presence of the newly raised castle lingers like a gentle hum beneath your feet. Your mentor moves ahead of you, their footsteps soft, steady, familiar, like the rhythm of an old song guiding you deeper into the story. Now, they say, you will witness how the dreams of the founders shaped something far greater than stone. You will see how Hogwarts gained its four beating hearts. The world shifts again, slow and warm, like turning a page made of light. You find yourself standing in the Great Hall, not as you know it, but as it once was. No high arches, no bewitched ceiling, only tall, unfinished pillars rising from stone floors and windows still open to the raw Highland wind. But even in its incompleteness, the hall feels sacred, as if magic holds its breath here. you hear quiet voices. The four founders stand around a long wooden table, its surface covered with old maps, star charts, runic diagrams, and lists of young magical children scattered across the British Isles. Their faces glow in the lantern light, each one thoughtful, determined, and burdened in their own way. Your mentor stands beside you, folding their hands inside their sleeves. This was the moment, they whisper, when Hogwarts became more than a sanctuary. It became a school. And every school needs guidance. You watch Rowena Ravenclaw first. Her quill floats in the air beside her, sketching lines across parchment as if her thoughts take physical form. Her voice is calm, melodic, a soft echo of moonlight in human shape. We must teach them to think, she says, to reason, to question the world. Magic without wisdom is a wild storm. Let us cultivate sharp minds, students who value learning, creativity, cleverness. Her blue eyes glimmer like stars reflected on water. You can sense her longing, not for power, but for understanding, for truth hidden beneath layers of mystery. Her house is already forming in her heart. You turn as Godric Gryffindor steps forward, leaning his strong hands on the table. His hair is wild from the Highland wind, his presence warm as a hearth fire. We must also teach them courage, he says firmly, to stand for what is right, to be honorable, fair, and bold when darkness rises. His gaze drifts to the southern hills, where he once fought to protect magical children from hatred. Young witches and wizards must learn to defend others and themselves. Bravery is not loudness. It is doing what is needed. The lantern flames flare slightly, responding to the fire of his convictions. His house grows inside him like sunrise. Then Helga Hufflepuff, gentle as spring, places both hands on the table. Her fingers are steady, warm, filled with quiet strength. We must also teach them fairness, she says softly. Patience, loyalty, hard work, acceptance. She looks at the maps of children, rich, poor, gifted, struggling, and her smile is full of compassion. No child should feel unworthy. No house should stand above another. Every student deserves a place, and I will welcome them all with open arms. Her voice is a melody of comfort, a promise woven into the foundations of the school. Her house becomes a sanctuary before she even names it. You feel a colder shift as Salazar Slytherin straightens his posture. He taps the table with a long, pale finger. His expression is unreadable, like a shadow that changes shape when you look too closely. And we must teach ambition, he says quietly. Cunning, discipline, the ability to survive in a world that fears what it does not understand. He glances at the others, not confrontational, but guarded. Magic can be dangerous. Only those with strong, ancient bloodlines have learned to control it through generations. We must be careful. Selective. The fire dims. A silence falls. Deep, uneasy, stretching across the room like a crack forming in stone. Your mentor watches the four with a slow, understanding nod. Even then, they tell you softly, the seeds of conflict had begun to grow. But so had the seeds of greatness. You watch the founders step back from the table, each holding a vision different from the others. And yet, somehow, the visions begin to blend, like four colors forming a single tapestry. Rowena whispers words of enchantment. Godric lifts his wand toward the sky. Helga presses her hand to the floor. Salazar shapes patterns in the air with sinuous precision. Magic rises around them, swirling, dividing, forming distinct branches of light. And suddenly, a great echo fills the hall. Not a sound, but a feeling. The essence of the castle reacts to them, acknowledging their intentions. Four streams of glowing magic descend like falling stars. Blue, intelligent, sharp, fluid. Red, bold, fiery, protective. Yellow, warm, steady, welcoming. Green, deep, ancient, powerful. They settle into four corners of the hall, carving invisible lines that only magic can see. Your mentor whispers, Thus the houses were born. You step forward, instinctively drawn to the magic in the air. It hums softly, almost like a heartbeat, each house calling to a different part of the soul. You turn toward the founders again. Rowena watches the blue light shimmer with quiet pride. Godric smiles boldly at the red glow. Helga clasps her hands, delighted by the warmth of the yellow light. Salazar narrows his eyes at the green magic, not with malice, but calculation, ambition, careful intention. The room feels alive, divided, unified, all at once. Your mentor leads you deeper into the hall. People believe the houses existed from the first brick, they say gently. But no, they were shaped from the founders' hearts, their strengths, their flaws, their hopes for the young witches and wizards who would pass through these halls. You feel your steps slow as the founders gather again at the table. Rowena draws the first emblem with her quill, a raven with wings open like a book of wisdom. Godric sketches a lion mid-roar, brave and unafraid. Helga draws a humble badger, unexpected yet loyal and grounded. Salazar carves a serpent, elegant, ancient, and precise. The symbols glow faintly, imprinting themselves into the castle's early memory. You sense a subtle tension beginning to weave through the air. Not conflict, not yet, but a difference in dreams that will one day become a storm. And still, the greatness of this moment overshadows the future. The founders step apart, each facing the corner where their house's light burns strongest. For a moment, the hall grows dim. Then, soft, golden lanterns flicker to life, illuminating the beginning of Hogwarts' identity. 4 houses, 4 virtues, 4 ways of seeing the world. And yet, 1 school. Your mentor steps closer to you, their voice a whisper of warm breath against cool air. Remember, they say, the houses were not meant to divide. They were meant to reveal the many shapes a wizard's heart can take. The candles flicker, the light shifts. You feel a quiet breath inside your chest, awe mixed with something like understanding. Your mentor lifts a hand toward a passageway opening before you. Next, they say softly, you will walk deeper into the heart of the founders themselves. For the story that follows begins with brilliance and breaks with sorrow. The hall fades like a memory returning to sleep. You feel the pull of the next chapter calling. You follow your mentor through a long, spiraling stairway lit only by floating blue flames. The light hums softly, as if drawn from the same well of intellect that shaped the early enchantments of the school. Each step feels smoother, colder, as though carved with purpose and precision. You sense the presence of a mind so sharp that even the stones remember her touch. Your mentor pauses at a narrow archway and looks over their shoulder. It is time, they whisper, for you to meet the founder whose mind shaped the very logic of this place, Rowena Ravenclaw. A soft breeze brushes your face, carrying the scent of old parchment and cool night air. The world shifts gently around you, folding into silence until you find yourself standing in a high tower chamber. The windows are wide and open to the sky, revealing a stretch of stars so clear they look close enough to touch. Books and scrolls float through the air, rearranging themselves with quiet purpose as though guided by invisible hands. Rowena Ravenclaw stands at the center of the chamber, tall, graceful. Her long dark hair moves like silk caught in a thoughtful wind. Her robes shimmer with deep sapphire tones, the color of still water at midnight. And her eyes, sharp, perceptive, haunting, carry the weight of someone who sees not just the present, but the possible. She stands before a large wooden desk covered with architectural sketches, runes, star charts, and diagrams of magical circulation. The glow of her wand illuminates them like silver moonlight. Your mentor speaks softly, reverently. Rowena was the greatest witch of her age. A scholar, a visionary, a mind as brilliant as the northern stars. You watch her run a hand lightly down a page, and the paper responds, shifting lines, rearranging symbols, rewriting itself with perfect clarity. She is not simply learning. She is inventing, Rowena murmurs to herself, her voice like a quiet river of thought. If the corridor turns on the lunar cycle, and the enchantment anchors to this star-line chart, then the library can expand without limit. Her intelligence radiates from her like a living spell. You step closer, and the air around her feels different, sharper, like cold morning air after snowfall. A chill, but not unpleasant. It awakens something in your mind, as though her presence itself encourages you to think more deeply. Your mentor leans toward you. Her mind could build structures that did not obey the laws of stone. She sculpted concepts. She carved possibilities. Then your mentor's voice softens, touched by sadness. But brilliance often casts long shadows. You notice a small portrait frame lying face down on her desk. Rowena's hand trembles, just slightly, when she touches it. Her eyes shift away, as though looking at memories she'd rather forget. Your mentor gestures subtly. Rowena had a daughter, Helena. You feel the air in the chamber grow heavier, as if the walls themselves know this story. She loved her daughter fiercely, your mentor continues. But Helena felt trapped in the shadow of her mother's greatness. She wanted to be exceptional, not because of her blood, but because of her own worth. You watch as Rowena closes her eyes, pain flickering across her elegant features. On the table, you see a delicate silver crown, her enchanted diadem, the object said to enhance wisdom. It gleams softly, humming with ancient magic. But something is missing. You breathe slowly. Your heart tightens. You know what happened. The story whispered in Hogwarts for centuries. Helena stole the diadem, your mentor says, believing it would make her powerful. She fled the castle. Rowena hid the truth, ashamed, heartbroken. You watch Rowena press a hand to her forehead, as though trying to steady her thoughts. Her whisper breaks the silence like glass falling in slow motion. Helena, my child, come back to me. Her voice trembles on the edge of a plea. She walks to the open window. Wind lifts her hair. The stars seem colder now. She never told the other founders, your mentor explains. Not Godric, not Helga, not Salazar. She carried the shame alone. You see her send a young wizard, the man who would one day become the Bloody Baron, to find her daughter. You see hope flicker in her eyes when he leaves. Hope that she might see Helena again. But you also see the shadow that moves behind that hope. Fear. Your mentor bows their head. The Baron found her, but she rejected him, and in his rage, he killed her. A cold wind passes through the chamber, extinguishing one of the floating blue flames. Helena became the Grey Lady, your mentor whispers, and Rowena died soon after, of a broken heart. You watch Rowena stand alone in her tower, hands clasped together, her diadem missing, her brilliance dimmed. She is not a legend here. She is simply a mother grieving the daughter she lost. She whispers a single phrase, "Forgive me." The words echo through the chamber, soft as falling snow. You feel your own chest tighten with emotion, the quiet ache of love and regret. Your mentor steps forward and places a gentle hand on your shoulder. Even the brightest minds carry shadows. Even the greatest witches bleed in silence. You watch Rowena pace the tower, her footsteps slow, each one a memory heavy with longing. She touches her books, her scrolls, her enchanted diagrams, not to use them, but to remember the woman she once hoped to be. Her brilliance had shaped the castle, but her sorrow shaped its silence. The floating books settle, the blue flames dim. The tower seems to sink deeper into shadow. Rowena turns toward the window one last time, gazing at the distant mountains. And for a moment, she looks like a star about to vanish from the sky. Your mentor exhales softly. This is the part of the Founder's story most visitors never hear. But it is one of the most important, because Hogwarts is not only built of intellect, bravery, kindness, and ambition, it is also built of loss. You take a slow breath. The air tastes like winter, cold, bittersweet, honest. You feel that Rowena's story has touched something inside you, something deep and quiet. a reminder that even the most brilliant souls can fracture, that even genius cannot protect a heart from breaking. Your mentor steps toward the tower door and gestures for you to follow. There is more yet to discover, they say softly. Next, you will walk beside the founder, whose heart brought warmth to every stone of this castle, the one whose kindness never faltered. You know her name before your mentor speaks it. Helga Hufflepuff. The chamber fades like a dream returning to darkness, and you feel the gentle pull toward the next chapter. You feel the cold air of Rowena's tower fade as your mentor guides you down a quiet stone staircase. Each step grows warmer, softer, as though the castle itself senses where you are heading. The flickering blue flames from the Ravenclaw tower shift into a gentle golden glow. You inhale deeply, and the scent changes, from parchment and frost to something comforting. Fresh bread, warm herbs, honey. Your mentor smiles softly. You will find, they say, that not all greatness comes with tragedy or ambition. Some comes with warmth, with open hands, with the quiet strength to welcome every soul. The hallway opens, not into a towering chamber, but into a long, arching corridor lined with lanterns that glow like softened sunlight. You walk through it, and each light feels like a breath of warmth brushing your cheek. At the end of the corridor stands a round wooden door made of polished oak, carved with flowers, wheat, and swirling vines. The door swings open without a whisper, and you step into Helga Hufflepuff's world. The room is filled with golden light, as if the sun itself chose this place to rest. Herbs hang from beams overhead, tied neatly with twine. A long table sits near a brick hearth, covered with bread dough rising under cloth, steaming kettles, and small enchanted knives, chopping vegetables in rhythmic, peaceful patterns. It smells like home, a home you didn't know you missed until this moment. Helga Hufflepuff stands at the heart of the room, short, sturdy, strong. Her hair is braided neatly, a few curls escaping like playful whispers around her cheeks. She wears simple brown robes, the sleeves rolled to her elbows, and her hands move with practiced grace as she prepares food not just for herself, but for others. When she looks up, you feel it immediately, the warmth radiating from her, not from magic, but from something deeper. A soul that sees people before she sees their flaws. Your mentor's voice lowers reverently. Helga was not the most brilliant, not the most powerful, not the most feared, but she was the most beloved. You watch her hum a small melody as she conjures a floating ladle that stirs a pot bubbling gently over the fire. Every movement is purposeful, loving. A spell cast not with wand work, but with heart. She notices you, sees you, and smiles. A real smile, genuine as sunlight through morning fog. "Oh, hello there," she says, her voice soft and rich. "You must be hungry." Before you can respond, a bowl rises gently from the table and settles into your hands. Warm soup, comfort in physical form, magic can astonish. But kindness transforms. Your mentor watches Helga as though studying something sacred. She believed that no student should go hungry, no child should feel forgotten, no heart should be judged by pedigree. You see Helga move to a shelf, pulling down jars, vials, and enchanted cookware, all neatly organized. She touches each item with care, as if every tool, every ingredient matters. She welcomed house elves into Hogwarts, your mentor continues, not as servants but as partners. She gave them fair work, protection, and dignity. Thousands of magical beings owe her their safety. As if summoned by her kindness, 3 house elves appear near the hearth, but they are not afraid, not timid, not shrinking from sight. They smile widely at Helga, and she places tiny aprons on them with a laugh. You feel your heart soften. Helga turns from her small helpers and begins enchanting a set of clay plates. They rise into the air and align themselves like soldiers ready to march, except they wobble joyfully, bumping into one another like friends. She shakes her head with a fond sigh. "Go on then," she says. "Behave yourselves. The plates line up perfectly." Your mentor chuckles under their breath. Her magic reflected her spirit, charming, gentle, full of unexpected delight. You walk further into the room. Every corner speaks of love. A knitted blanket draped over a chair, a set of gardening tools resting near the back door, a stack of parchment with Helga's handwriting listing recipes used in Hogwarts feasts even 1,000 years later, cinnamon pastries, pumpkin bread, meals that feel like holiday mornings. Helga sits at the table and gestures for you to join her. You sit, feeling the chair warm as if it molds itself to your comfort. You're far from home, she says kindly, but you're welcome here. Everyone is. Her simple words feel like a soft blanket laid gently across your shoulders. Your mentor steps closer. Other founders prized courage, wit, ambition. Helga prized fairness, kindness, loyalty. She believed that true magic grows in hearts that feel safe. You watch as Helga lifts her wand and murmurs a quiet charm. A small sprout appears in the center of the table, green, delicate, glowing faintly. She smiles. You see, she tells you, even the smallest seed grows if you tend to it with care. So do children. So do dreams. Her words settle into you like warm honey. You glance toward the fireplace, and as you do, the flames shift, not taller, but brighter, fuller, as though fed not by wood, but by intention. Helga's magic does not shout. It whispers. It nurtures. It heals. Your mentor leans beside you. Where Rowena built halls of wisdom and Godric planned places of bravery, Helga shaped warmth into the very walls. Her kitchens, her gardens, her common room, they are the beating heart of Hogwarts. You look down at the small sprout on the table. It grows as you watch, leaves unfolding like little hands reaching upward. And this, Helga says with a playful wink, is how all good things begin. She rises from the table and moves to the back door. She opens it, and a breeze spills into the room, earthy, green, and alive. You follow her to the threshold. A vast garden stretches beyond the door, glowing softly in lantern light. Pumpkins the size of cauldrons. Rows of herbs that shimmer under moonlight. Flower beds arranged in gentle spirals. This is more than a garden. It is a sanctuary for creatures, students, and weary souls. You step onto the soft earth. The world around you feels safe in a way you didn't realize you longed for. Helga stands beside you, gazing lovingly across her work. Every great castle needs a foundation, she murmurs. Not of stone, but of heart. And as she says this, you understand. Hogwarts is strong, not because of its walls, but because of the love woven into them. Your mentor's voice returns, soft and steady. It is time to go. For now, you know the warmth behind the castle's kindness. You look at Helga one last time. Her smile is a blessing. Be well, dear one, she says gently. And remember, you always have a place here. The garden fades, the warmth lingers, and as the world shifts once more, your mentor whispers, next, you will walk into courage and flame, for the story now turns to Godric Gryffindor. The warmth of Helga's garden softens into a quiet glow as your mentor leads you back through the corridor of lanterns. But something shifts in the air, a subtle current, bright and sharp, like the spark before a flame. The torches along the walls flicker higher, their light turning gold, then red, then a deep copper glow. Your mentor pauses, their robe brushing the stone floor. Prepare yourself, they murmur. You are about to meet a founder shaped not by silence or sorrow, but by courage. A faint wind stirs the corridor, carrying the scent of iron, leather, and distant smoke. And then the world tilts gently, not violently, but with a warm, steady pull, as though you are being guided toward a campfire on a long-forgotten battlefield. The vision unfurls around you. You stand in a wide, grassy valley, the moon high above, silvering the edges of the hills. The night is cool, but pockets of heat rise from small fires crackling across the field. You hear distant laughter, the clang of metal, and the rhythmic thud of boots training in the dark. At the center of the valley stands Godric Gryffindor. Tall, broad-shouldered, striking. His hair flows wild around his face, catching firelight in red and gold sparks. A long scar runs down his arm, not a wound of shame, but a story etched into flesh. His wand is holstered at his belt, but in his hand he carries a polished sword, its blade shining like starlight, forged into metal. Your mentor speaks at your side, voice low with respect. Godric was the greatest duel master of his age, with wand and with blade. But what defined him was not skill, it was heart. You watch him laugh with a group of young witches and wizards training nearby. His voice is loud, strong, carrying easily across the field. There is no arrogance in him, only conviction and warmth. He corrects a student's stance, gently shifts another's grip on a wand, and offers encouragement that feels like sunlight. No shame in trying, he says. No shame in failing either. Shame only comes when you stop learning. The younger witches and wizards beam at him, inspired, empowered, safe. Your mentor steps closer to you. Godric believed every magical child deserved protection, especially those born to Muggle families. Many witches and wizards feared them, but Godric defended them with his life. As if summoned by these words, you hear a commotion. A cluster of frightened Muggle-born children stand behind a small hill, hiding from torch-bearing villagers who march across the opposite ridge. Godric's expression changes instantly, the easy laughter replaced by intense focus. He strides toward the children, kneeling at their level. His voice softens. "You're safe now," he tells them gently. "No harm will come to you. Not tonight. Not ever while I draw breath." And you believe him. The villagers approach, loud, angry, fearful, convinced they are driving out danger. Their torches flare, their shouts rise. But Godric steps forward, tall and unshaken, sword lowered but ready. He raises his hand and speaks in a voice calm as iron cooling in water. "These children have done nothing wrong. Go back to your homes. Tonight, there is no battle." His power is not in threats, it is in presence. The villagers falter, their fire dims, and slowly, afraid yet disarmed, they retreat into the night. When they are gone, Godric sheathes his sword and turns back to the children with a smile warm enough to chase away the darkness. Your heart softens. Your mentor whispers, "He built Hogwarts to protect them, to protect all who needed refuge." The vision shifts. You now stand with Godric on a cliff, overlooking the half-built castle. The wind pulls at his cloak, but he stands steady, like a pillar carved from courage itself. "Stone alone is not enough," he says quietly, speaking to the other founders. "We must build bravery into these walls, strength, honor, a spirit that will defend the children long after we are gone." Rowena nods thoughtfully. Helga smiles gently. Salazar watches with narrowed eyes, respectful but distant. Godric kneels and presses his hand against the foundation stone. A faint red glow spreads from his palm, seeping into the rock like fire sinking into embers. "The students who carry this flame," he says, "will learn not to fear the world, but to face it." Your mentor touches your arm. This is how the House of Gryffindor was born. Flame shapes itself in the air above the stone, a lion outlined in crimson light. It roars silently, then dissolves into sparks. You feel the vibration of courage ripple through the earth beneath your feet. But Godric's story is not only flame and triumph. Your mentor leads you deeper into the vision. You now stand in a quiet forest clearing. The night is thicker here, heavy with unspoken tension. In the shadows stands Salazar Slytherin, tall, elegant, eyes sharp as a serpent's. Godric approaches him. They do not yell. They do not duel. Their conflict is quieter and far more devastating. "You judge them," Godric says softly, pain in his voice, "before you even know them." "And you trust too easily," Salazar replies. "It will destroy us. They are children. They are danger." Godric's jaw tightens. "We built this school to protect them." "We built this school to protect magic," Salazar counters. Nothing in the forest moves. not wind, not branch, not breath. Two friends stand on opposite ends of a belief too heavy to hold together. Your mentor's voice dims to a whisper. This was the argument that changed the course of Hogwarts forever. Godric takes one step back, not in fear, but in heartbreak. The fire inside him flickers, dimming for the first time. I will not turn any child away, he says. And I will not stay in a school that endangers our future, Salazar answers. And so the bond breaks. The forest darkens. Salazar walks away, cloak billowing like a shadow torn from the earth itself. Godric watches, chest rising and falling with the ache of losing a brother. He would never be the same after that day, your mentor murmurs. Courage can face enemies, but heartbreak is another kind of battle. The vision softens. You see Godric alone near the lake, sword planted in the ground beside him. He kneels, not in defeat, but in contemplation. A silent prayer for his lost friend, a promise to protect Hogwarts no matter what. Your mentor places a gentle hand on your shoulder. His legacy lives on, they say, in the sword, in the house he shaped, in every brave heart that walks these halls. The sky around you brightens, the fires dim, the training fields fade into soft golden mist. You feel yourself being guided back toward the castle. There is one more founder to meet, your mentor whispers, tone deep and solemn. The one whose story is filled with brilliance and shadow. A long pause. Salazar Slytherin. The world holds its breath. The final embers of Godric's training fields fade into soft dusk, and you feel the warmth of courage dim into something heavier, colder, more ancient. Your mentor walks ahead in silence now, their robes whispering against the stone floor of a corridor that grows narrower with every step. Lanterns flicker green, their light bending strangely, as though reluctant to shine too brightly. The air cools. The walls feel closer. You sense a story waiting below the surface, a truth buried deep. Your mentor stops before a tall, arched doorway carved with serpents whose eyes glow faintly. They place a hand against the wood. Courage burns, they whisper. Wisdom shines, kindness warms, but ambition. They look at you, eyes serious. Ambition digs downward. The door creaks open. A tunnel stretches before you, lit by emerald flames. The air tastes metallic, like old magic preserved for centuries. Your footsteps echo softly, as though hesitant to disturb what sleeps in these depths. And then the world shifts again, drawing you into the memory of a darker time. You stand in a vast underground chamber. Tall archways rise like ribs of a giant serpent, curving into the shadows. The pillars are carved with ancient runes, not modern, but of a language older than written history. The floor is polished stone, reflecting dim torchlight like a lake of green glass. And at the center stands Salazar Slytherin. He is tall, statuesque, robed in deep emerald fabric that flows like shadowed water around him. His dark hair is tied loosely behind his shoulders, and his eyes, sharp, luminous, piercing, rest on a long parchment pinned to the stone wall. He looks younger than you expect, but burdened by knowledge, burdened by fear. Your mentor stands beside you, voice soft but heavy with understanding. He was the most gifted in the ancient magics, languages no wand today could conjure. He was wise but wary, intelligent but guarded. Ambition lived in him, yes, but ambition born from fear of the world outside. Salazar turns, and the green torchlight sharpens his features. Not cruel, not cold, simply certain. You notice a small group of magical children standing behind him, all young, all gifted, all from families of long magical lineage. He watches over them like a hawk protecting its fledglings. He speaks, and his voice flows like low thunder. The world is changing, he says. Magic is hunted. Our children are hunted. If we do not guard their legacy, who will? Your mentor murmurs. He believed bloodlines preserved magical knowledge, that Muggle-born children had unstable magic, unpredictable, dangerous. You see him pacing slowly, passing his hand over ancient manuscripts. charts showing magical inheritance, histories of magical purges, records of villages burning witches. You feel his fear, not of muggles themselves, but of extinction, of magical culture fading, of ancient spells lost forever. He whispers to the empty chamber, there must be rules, protections, boundaries. Your mentor sighs. He was brilliant, but brilliance can twist when fear becomes its root. The scene shifts. You find yourself above ground again, in a forest clearing. The same clearing where Godric once stood. But now the air is cold, tense, sharp enough to cut. Salazar stands on one side. Godric stands on the other. Two founders, two visions, two hearts that once marched side by side. Rowena watches from the shadows, troubled. Helga wrings her hands, sorrow filling her gentle eyes. Salazar's voice is low, trembling with restrained anger. You endanger us all, Godric. You welcome children who barely understand their magic, children who could expose us. Godric's answer is thunder. They deserve safety as much as any child here. They could destroy everything we built. They could save it. Salazar turns away for a moment, pulling his cloak tighter around him. Not all people share your pure belief in goodness. Not all hearts are equal. At that, Helga inhales sharply, wounded. Rowena steps forward, voice soft but firm. Salazar, these children have magic. Magic chooses them. We do not. Salazar's eyes flicker, not cruel, but pained. He looks at his friends, the ones he trusted most, and sees strangers. He whispers, then you do not understand what I understand. You do not see what I see coming. Your mentor leans in. He believed the world would turn on witches and wizards again. He believed Hogwarts must be protected from within. The argument grows sharper, though no voices rise. The forest holds the tension like breath trapped in a chest. Salazar looks at Godric with something ancient in his eyes. Sadness clothed in iron. I cannot remain in a place where my warnings echo unheard. Godric's voice cracks. You would abandon us? After everything? You abandoned me first, Salazar whispers. When you chose hope over caution. And then he walks away. His figure dissolves into the forest shadows, moving like a serpent returning to the earth. Godric does not chase him. Rowena does not call after him. Helga covers her mouth to muffle her sob. You feel the weight of the moment settle on your shoulders like a cloak of stone. Your mentor speaks, voice trembling. Some stories say he dueled Godric. Some say he left without a word. The truth is that he left heartbroken. The vision shifts again. You are back underground, in the Chamber of Serpents. Salazar is alone now. No children, no friends, only stone, echo, and memory. He kneels beside a vast pool of still water. His reflection ripples. So does his sorrow. He lifts his wand, long, elegant, carved with runes older than Hogwarts. He places his other hand on the stone floor, and the chamber responds. Magic pours from him, deep, ancient, rhythmic, like the heartbeat of the earth rising to meet him. Stone walls shift, ceilings expand, columns rise like fangs, and beneath the water, something stirs. Your mentor speaks with great care. He built the Chamber of Secrets, not out of cruelty, but out of fear. He wanted a safeguard, a last defense if his worst fears came true. You see the massive serpent coil beneath the water, emerald scales gleaming faintly. A basilisk, born of dark ancient magic only Salazar commanded. He whispers to it in parcel tongue, the language of serpents. A sibilant symphony, a farewell, a command to sleep. He then turns to the wall and carves a final message. Only his true heir could open this chamber. A last whisper of protection twisted by fear. You feel Salazar's presence fade, a ghost of regret lingering in the cold air. Your mentor places a hand over their heart. People remember his chamber, his serpent, his prejudice, but they forget. That part of him was trying to protect what he loved. You inhale slowly, letting the truth settle. Founders were not perfect. They were human, gifted, flawed, afraid, brave. and all four shaped Hogwarts in ways deeper than stone. The chamber dims. The torches extinguish one by one. The world shifts back toward candlelight and familiar stone corridors. Your mentor looks at you gently. Their unity built Hogwarts. Their differences nearly destroyed it. But the legacy they left behind is more powerful than their conflict. They turn toward a staircase leading upward, toward dawn-colored light. For now, they say softly, you have seen the shadows. Next, you will witness the secret every founder left behind, the legacy that still shapes the castle today. The air brightens, a warm breeze stirs, and the pull of the next chapter rises like morning sun. The corridor around you dims, lantern by lantern, until only the soft glow of your mentor's wand lights the path ahead. A cool draft rises from below, not hostile, but ancient, like the breath of something waiting in the deep. You walk slowly, your footsteps barely audible, the air growing heavier as the castle itself seems to lean in to listen. Your mentor speaks at last. You have seen the four above the ground, their wisdom, their courage, their kindness, their fear. But Hogwarts is not only built upward, it is built downward too, into depths most never see, depths only one founder dared to touch. You feel the walls narrowing, stones fitting closer, as though guiding you into the throat of a sleeping creature carved from earth and time. The story of the Chamber of Secrets, your mentor continues softly, is not a story of monsters. It is a story of legacy, misunderstood. A hush falls. Your breath becomes shallow. The darkness thickens, not frightening, but reverent, like the shadows inside a cathedral. And then, the world shifts into memory once more. You stand in a vast cavern, far beneath the foundations of the castle, long before corridors and classrooms were built above. The rough walls glisten with moisture, illuminated by the faint green glow of enchanted torches that burn without flame. The air is cold enough to sting your lungs, and at the center stands Salazar Slytherin. He is older now, lines etching themselves around his eyes, his posture heavier, his gaze distant and full of wounds time has not healed. Your mentor's whisper touches your ear. When he left the school, he left more than unfinished dreams. He left warnings and one last creation. Salazar steps forward, wand raised, his voice falling into a language soft and serpentine, Parseltongue. The cavern responds immediately. Stone ripples like water. The earth shudders. Magic of a kind you have never felt envelops the space. Not bright, not warm, but deep, rooted, primeval. It feels like tapping into the bloodline of the earth itself. Shapes emerge from the stone, a massive archway forming at Salazar's command. Serpents twist into shape, carved from the walls, as though waking from eternal sleep. Their emerald eyes begin to glow. Your mentor murmurs, he was the only one among the founders who could speak to serpents, the only one who could command the old magic buried beneath the soil. You watch Salazar kneel beside the dark pool at the center of the chamber. He touches the water with his wand, gently, almost lovingly. A ripple spreads. The water begins to churn, and from the depths, a silhouette rises, massive, coiled, ancient, a basilisk, a creature of pure serpentine magic, given form not by cruelty, but by Salazar's belief that one day Hogwarts would face dangers the others refused to see. Its scales shimmer like wet emeralds in low light. Its breathing rumbles through the cavern, a deep, vibrating sound that settles into your bones. But its eyes remain closed, sleep, sealed, bound by Salazar's will. He whispers in Parseltongue, you will wake only when my true heir commands it. Until then, you will remain still, a blade held in darkness, waiting. Your mentor's tone is heavy. He never meant the basilisk to harm children. He meant it as a weapon only against those he believed threatened magic itself. It was fear turned into form. You notice something else, something softer. Salazar hesitates before rising. His hand lingers on the serpent's muzzle, and for the first time you see deep sorrow in his eyes. Not the sorrow of anger, the sorrow of loss, loss of friendship, loss of trust, loss of a dream broken before it fully bloomed. Your mentor whispers, "He created the chamber in heartbreak, not hatred." Salazar lifts his wand again, drawing ancient runes across the air. The chamber responds, stone shifting and rising, archways forming, carvings deepening with each gesture. The serpent pillars become more defined. Statues grow from the walls. The central face, his own likeness, emerges with solemn gravity. Finally, he touches his wand to the stone of the great arch. It seals like a closing eyelid, hidden, buried, waiting. You step closer, feeling the ancient magic pulsing softly beneath your feet. It does not feel evil. It feels lonely. Your mentor speaks again, voice tender with understanding. History often remembers him as a villain, but he was not. He was a man terrified of losing what he loved, the magic he grew up with, the history he carried in his blood. You watch Salazar walk away slowly, his cloak trailing like a shadow that refuses to cling to him. He does not look back, and for a moment, the cavern feels colder, not because of the basilisk asleep beneath the stone, but because of the empty space Salazar leaves behind. The vision shifts once more. You now stand at the place where the entrance used to be, hidden behind centuries of enchantment. The stones are silent, the serpent carvings lifeless. Your mentor watches the sealed arch with soft eyes. For nearly 1,000 years, they say, the Chamber of Secrets would lie beneath the feet of unsuspecting students, waiting for a voice that could wake the serpent. They pause. And though it would one day cause great pain, it is still part of the truth of Hogwarts, part of its depth, part of its shadow. You inhale slowly. The air tastes of cold stone and old magic. Your mentor places a warm hand on your shoulder, grounding you. The founders left many things behind: wisdom, courage, kindness, ambition. But they also left secrets. And secrets, like seeds, can grow in unexpected ways. The chamber fades. The torches extinguish. Only the soft warmth of your mentor's wand remains. They lead you upward, toward light, toward the heart of the castle. For now, they say gently, you have traveled through shadow. Next, you will see how legacy, both bright and dark, shaped Hogwarts long after the founders themselves were gone. The world brightens, soft candlelight returns, and the pull of the final chapter rises like dawn breaking after a long night. You walk upward from the shadows of Salazar's chamber, guided by your mentor's steady light. With every step, the cold air softens. The stone grows warmer under your feet, and distant sounds begin to rise. Soft chatter, laughter, footsteps echoing in familiar corridors. The castle is waking. Your mentor pauses at a landing where torchlight flickers gold and gentle. They stand still for a long moment, listening, not with their ears, but with something deeper. Hogwarts is alive, they whisper, and everything the founders left behind still breathes within these walls. You follow them into the Great Hall, not the unfinished room you saw earlier, but the Great Hall as it is meant to be. Tall ceilings stretch into a night sky enchanted with drifting stars. Candles float high above, flickering like small souls whispering ancient stories. The long tables gleam with warm light. 4 banners hang proudly, scarlet with a lion, blue with a raven, yellow with a badger, green with a serpent. You stand at the doorway, and for a moment, you feel all 4 founders beside you, not as ghosts, not as memories, but as the heartbeat of this castle. Your mentor leads you slowly down the central aisle. Each founder left a gift, they say, not always a perfect one, but all of them essential. The candles shift, illuminating the first banner, crimson and gold. From Godric, your mentor says, we inherited the flame of courage, not the loud, reckless kind, but the courage to stand for others, to protect the vulnerable, to choose what is right even when it costs us something. You see faintly a flash of Godric training students on the moonlit hills, his laughter, his steadfastness, his broken heart as Salazar walked away, his sword gleaming like a promise forged in fire. The candles drift toward the blue banner next. From Rowena, your mentor continues, we inherited wisdom, not just knowledge, but the clarity to seek truth, to dream boldly, to build what others cannot see. You glimpse her tower, her floating parchment, her brilliance, her sorrow at losing Helena, her quiet strength sharp as moonlight on glass. Golden light envelops the yellow banner. From Helga, your mentor whispers warmly, we inherited kindness, the magic that requires no wand. She taught us that fairness is a form of courage, and that a castle is only as strong as the love inside it. You see the warmth of her kitchens, her laughter shared with house elves, the gardens glowing with lantern light, her belief that every child deserves a place. Then the candles dim to an emerald glow, and from Salazar, your mentor says gently, we inherited ambition, the quiet desire to grow beyond our limits, to preserve what matters, to understand the old magics that shaped our world. You glimpse his underground chamber, his careful runes, his fear, his brilliance, his warning, his sorrow carved deeper than stone. The hall falls quiet. Each founder left a piece of their soul here, your mentor murmurs, and together, these pieces shaped more than a school. They shaped a sanctuary. You walk further, feeling the presence of centuries under your fingertips. The tables hum with spells cast long ago. The floor retains the echo of 1,000 stories, footsteps of children who once trembled here and then grew here. Your mentor guides you to the center of the hall, where the sorting hat rests atop a stone pedestal. Old, frayed, wise. A small ripple of magic circulates around it. Even after the founders were gone, your mentor says, their will lived on through this hat. Each of them placed their essence inside it, wisdom, courage, kindness, ambition, so that the castle could continue choosing where each heart belonged. You step closer. The hat seems to watch you. Its magic is gentle, like the hum of a lullaby sung long before you were born. Your mentor lowers their voice. The founders did not live to see what Hogwarts became, but they dreamed of it, and their dreams outlived them. The candles above shift into a slow, drifting circle, spiraling softly like stars moving through deep night. Your mentor begins to walk again, guiding you out of the great hall and into the long corridor beyond, where tall windows reveal the moonlit grounds. The lake reflects the night sky. The forbidden forest murmurs quietly. The towers glow with steady enchantment. Hogwarts has known war, your mentor continues. It has known grief. It has known loss. But it has also known friendship, bravery, forgiveness, and healing. A soft warmth rises in your chest. Your mentor stops before a window and gestures for you to look out. Beyond the glass, you see something extraordinary. Hogwarts breathing. Lights flicker in distant windows. Books float through silent libraries. Fireplaces crackle with unseen warmth. Portraits shift and whisper ancient secrets. The castle hums with magic older than memory. A living legacy. And for a moment, you understand. Hogwarts, your mentor whispers, is not the founders. It is not the stones. It is not even the spells. You turn. It is the children who learn here. It is every heart that enters seeking refuge or purpose. It is every generation that dares to believe in something bigger than fear. A silence settles, soft, sacred. Your mentor's expression softens into a smile full of ancient affection. And now, its story belongs to you too. Your breath catches. You didn't expect that, but something inside you shifts, gently, like a door opening. Hogwarts changes every soul who walks through it, they continue, not because of the founder's magic, but because of the possibility that lives here. A warm wind moves through the corridor, lifting your hair. Candles glow brighter. Windows shimmer with faint enchantment. Your mentor steps back, hands folded, voice low and gentle. Before we end, let me ask you. Their eyes meet yours, ancient, wise, knowing. What legacy will you leave behind? What courage will you carry? What wisdom will you seek? What kindness will you offer? What ambition will you transform into something beautiful? Your heart responds in a quiet beat, steady, open, alive. And if the founders taught us anything, your mentor finishes softly. It is this: magic is not only in spells, it is in the choices we make. They bow their heads slightly. Thank you for walking through this story. Now, carry its light with you. The corridor brightens. The castle exhales. The journey ends not with an ending, but with an opening, a promise, a new beginning. You feel a gentle warmth wrap around you, like a cloak made of starlight. And as the last candle flickers softly, you hear your mentor's final whisper. And remember, Hogwarts will always be here to welcome you home.